Good morning. Please take a seat, and we'll begin shortly. Good morning and welcome to TransLink's 2022 New Mobility Forum. My name is Tina Lovgreen. I'm the Senior Manager of Media Relations at TransLink, and I'm so honored to be your MC for today's event. Before we begin, I would like to acknowledge that today we're fortunate to gather on the traditional and unceded territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. I'd also like to recognize the significance of this month, National Indigenous History Month, an opportunity for us to honor and learn about the deep heritage, diverse cultures, and valuable contributions by First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people across Canada. Now, for those of you who've joined us in person here at the Vancouver Convention Centre, it's so great to see you. And for those of you joining us online, it's great to have you with us as well. The theme of this year's event is electrification. And as you all know, the clock is ticking on our fight against climate change. So your participation, ideas, and conversations here today will play a big role in helping us find solutions to create a more livable and sustainable region. Now, pour yourself a cup of coffee as we go over today's program and some housekeeping rules. We will kick off today's event with opening remarks by TransLink CEO Quinn, followed by our keynote address, which is coming to us live all the way from Oslo, Norway. There will be 3 panel discussions with breaks in between, and of course, there will be lunch. Before our closing remarks, we will invite you to, those of you in person, to kickstart a roundtable workshop, and we'll hand out worksheets at lunch, and we ask you to have one volunteer from your table, so take a good look around, pick a volunteer, to moderate and take notes. Afterwards, we'll collect the worksheets at the end of the event and share the top key findings in a follow-up email with the post-event survey. Now that those things are out of the way, let's talk about the exciting part, which is the exhibitions. So if you haven't already noticed, our indoor exhibitions will be open, and they're lined up right behind the room here. They'll be open during the break and lunchtime. And the outdoor exhibitions outside at Jackpot Plaza is open until 5 p.m. The e-bike and e-car testing spaces are only accessible until 3 p.m., so please make sure you slot in the time to go out and check those out. Take a selfie if you'd like, share it on social media using the hashtag TransLinkTomorrow. So with that, I would also like to let you know that we really want you to participate. So whether you're online or in person, you can visit the Slido QR code that hopefully they'll bring up behind me here, and you can enter your questions throughout the day. For the folks who are online, you can see the chat box for instructions. Now, please turn your attention to the screen for a video of TransLink's Tomorrow.
When you take a step back and look at the world you live in, you'll notice one thing we all share in common. We like to move. We go to work and come home again, walk across the street, and cycle our way through traffic. We all have this need to move, but when more of us are moving at the same time, in the same place, there are consequences. The future is a responsibility we all share, together. So together, we must find ways to adapt and create solutions that fit how we're living and evolving, not the other way around. Big changes are on the horizon, and more than ever before, we're making livability a priority in our cities. TransLink Tomorrow represents our shared commitment to search for and create better mobility options so we can all live better lives. We work with partners, engage industry and individuals, and champion positive change from everywhere and anywhere we find it. We can all be proud of what we've accomplished, but it's just a start. The question is, and always will be, what's next?
Now it is my great pleasure to introduce TransLink CEO Quinn, and it has been an eventful and challenging time for our region, let me say that, from extreme climate events to our ongoing recovery from the pandemic when it comes to ridership. TransLink's resilience throughout this period has been in no small part thanks to Kevin's leadership. Among other great initiatives overseen by Kevin, TransLink has launched some key strategies that will propel us towards a more sustainable future, from our climate action strategy to Transport 2050. Kevin has been a fearless and innovative leader, navigating us through some difficult times and setting us up for a successful future. So please join me in welcoming TransLink CEO, Kevin Quinn.
All right, well, good morning, everyone. I am so excited to be here. It's so fun to see people's faces and to be in person, right? We've done a few in-person events recently, and there's just such energy to that, right? And it's so uplifting to be able to connect with people face-to-face again. I trust you all had a number of transportation options in getting here today, and maybe you'll even see your mode of travel in one of our exhibitors. I really look forward to stopping by the exhibitions a little later and checking them all out. I want to note that we have some special guests joining us both in person and virtually today. I want to welcome Mayor Ross from Belcarra, Mayor Vandenbroek from Langley, Mayor Froese with Langley Township, and Mayor Walker with White Rock. I also want to take a minute to recognize the TransLink Board of Directors Vice Chair, Director Andy Ross. Let's give them all a big round of applause. The theme, where is this? Where's our clicker here? Is it under here, Tina? Excellent. All right, cool. All right, so the theme for this year's conference, as you know, is electrification, which is such a really timely topic for us. It's a big part of the conversation we've been having when taking a look at some of the challenges that our region is facing. I think we know that we all need to act now to address some of the biggest issues of our time. We've really witnessed over the last year the tragedies, some of the widespread damage that has really been caused by severe weather across the province, which we know is linked to the climate emergency. Meanwhile, the rising housing affordability crisis in Metro Vancouver is forcing individuals and families to make some really difficult choices. And with a growing regional population, we know that congestion is increasingly affecting our way of life. But the good news is that by choosing sustainable modes of transport, you're really taking such a tremendous step towards shrinking your carbon footprint. And these benefits, we know, extend far past climate action, since measures to reduce emissions also contribute to things like less air pollution, quieter streets, lower maintenance costs, and a more resilient system overall. The fact is that we all have a role to play, every single one of us in this room, in reducing greenhouse gas emissions and promoting accessible ways to get people to the places that they matter the most. We know that different transportation choices have different impacts on GHG emissions, and at 35% of the region's total greenhouse gases, we know that transportation represents the single largest source of carbon emissions in Metro Vancouver. TransLink's contribution to this, to the transportation GHG emissions, is about 2.7%. And what that means is every time that you're choosing to take transit or a sustainable mode, that's one less car on the road and really one small step towards a sustainable future. I'm really proud that TransLink is already such a leader in reducing greenhouse gases. With one of North America's largest electric trolley bus fleets, a pretty large portfolio of renewable natural gas fueled buses, an all-electric SkyTrain network, and several facility energy efficiency projects, we are already a leader. And believe it or not, every year, more than 1/3 of our passengers are already traveling on a near zero emission technology. And in the next year, we'll be expanding our electric bus fleet with the addition of 15 more battery electric buses. But I think we know that there's more that we can do, and there's more that we have done. In May, the Mayor's Council for Regional Transportation and our Board of Directors approved our 2022 investment plan, which stabilizes our finances for the next 3 years, but also allows us to order 500 more battery electric buses. By 2027, we'll have constructed an all-electric transit center in Marpole to serve 350 battery electric buses. And by 2030, 462 new battery electric buses will be in service. We know that every battery electric bus saves about 70 tons of greenhouse gas emissions annually compared to a conventional diesel bus to help us reach our climate goals and really do our part to mitigate the worst impacts of climate change. And when thinking about the climate and electrification, we know that we need to start making changes today to protect our collective tomorrow. And to do this, sustainable transportation is going to be so key. We are moving fast at TransLink because the region is moving fast and changing rapidly. Metro Vancouver is set to welcome 1.2 million newcomers over the next 30 years. In January, we launched our climate action strategy, which not only acknowledges the urgency of climate change, but it also sets out our roadmap to some ambitious climate targets. While transit is already a sustainable way to travel, we want to take it one step further. So we're targeting net zero emissions by 2050. I want to note that this works alongside Transport 2050, our 30-year regional transportation strategy that was adopted in January. And Transport 2050 really sets out to create the future that we want, which is access for everyone. It's a bold vision that sets out some overarching goals and strategies to ensure an accessible transportation system that's convenient, that's reliable, affordable, safe and comfortable, and of course, carbon-free. And these plans, they work alongside Metro Vancouver's Climate 2050 strategic framework that sets out overall GHG targets of reducing emissions by 45% by 2030 relative to 2010 levels, and to be a carbon neutral and resilient region by 2050. It's important to note that for mobility to truly be accessible to all, people need options. We know that our position in the region is to be part of a wider transportation network. We're more than just a transit agency. In fact, we have a key responsibility to contribute to a region that's really built on and based on transportation excellence. And transportation excellence today means sustainable transportation. We want to be part of the solution. We want to support lower emissions while considering things like fairness and equity and affordability. And that's why collaborative projects with partners like Metro Vancouver are important and give us the opportunity to really assess where what barriers are out there that people face in order to give them the access to choose more climate-friendly modes, and how they could be better supported to choose, and what disincentives need to be introduced to reduce driving. And whether it's better integrating our transit hubs with electric car sharing, adding more bike storage solutions, installing more charging stations at park and ride locations, or expanding our battery electric bus fleet, we've got a real opportunity here to work together towards improving access to zero-emission mobility options that really work for everyone. And together, all of these plans I've just talked about shape the future of regional transportation in Metro Vancouver. But we're also committed to delivering on our plans through a range of initiatives. And so TransLink tomorrow, you watch the video on that. That's our commitment to really continuously explore and to test and implement innovative ways to improve mobility in Metro Vancouver. But more than that, it's also our commitment to a more open and a more nimble approach to collaborating with industry, with entrepreneurs, with academia, with all of you in the room today. And so working together, we can more quickly surface and pilot those meaningful new ideas and technologies. We also know we're not alone on this, and we really rely on our industry and government partners to achieve our common goals. And whether it be our close collaboration with BC Hydro on grid connectedness, or our partnerships with car and bike sharing. And while we're proud of our achievements, we know that our work isn't done. There's always opportunity for innovation and for advancement. And that's why today I am so excited to announce that we're launching our 5th annual Open Call for Innovation. Over the years, some really incredible and innovative ideas have come forward, whether it's our ongoing pilot with the transit app for crowding on transit, or the shared mobility pilot program. This year, the Open Call will be all about transportation decarbonization, seeking out innovative solutions and ideas from some of the greatest minds. And we're challenging you to look at how TransLink can support a rapid decarbonization of transportation in Metro Vancouver as we work towards our ambitious climate goals. You'll hear more details later today from Nicholas, but I must say I'm so excited about this launch because it helps us really draw closer to our goals of achieving our climate action commitments. And from deploying electric charging capacity to support decarbonization, we're looking for innovations that really propel our transportation network into the future. Submissions will be open from August 15th to September 30th. And what we're envisioning for the next 30 years is really, really bold. But I'm confident that we can innovate together to really rise to the challenge. Before I close, I want to just talk on a personal note for a second and note that I'm coming up on 1 year in this role, and as you can probably imagine, it's been a bit of a whirlwind. I take the bus and the train every day to work. I've never driven to work, not once. And while I was on the bus this morning, I was looking at all the cars that were, beside the bus, most of them single occupancy vehicles. And I think I couldn't help but thinking about how electrification, we approach it oftentimes from a technology standpoint, but it's not just a technology problem, right? This is a psychological problem. It's a policy problem. It's a marketing and communications issue that we need to tackle head on. A lot of those people that are, in the car next to me while I'm on the bus, they've never been on a bus before. They've never been on a train before. They don't know what shared mobility is. They don't know how to access these other options. And so we've got to change that. We've got to change all of that. We've got to tackle this problem really head on. The fact is that tackling this multifaceted problem will be a generational change. And the fact is that in the arc of time, we are just at the beginning of that. And so we've got to take a really thoughtful, really intentional approach for how we're going to do this. And that's why it's important to have conversations like the one that we're having today, where we get some of the brightest minds in the room. We start tackling things like electrification. It's why it's so important to take the time to think and talk about the future of mobility in this region. We've got a long ways to go. We've got a really exciting lineup today. I'm super excited. I'm looking forward to hearing from our speakers and our panel, as well as chatting with everyone. It's been great meeting many of you so far this morning. I want to thank you so much for your time, your contributions, and I'll turn it back over to Tina to introduce our keynote speaker. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kevin. Okay, I'd like to introduce our keynote speaker. Joining us all the way from Oslo, Norway, it's my great pleasure to introduce Hilde Solli, a senior advisor for the Norwegian Climate Department. She led Oslo's new climate strategy, including measures to shift from fossil fuel cars to electric vehicles, walking, biking, and public transport. Hilde will reflect on the lessons we can learn from Norway's electric vehicle policies and incentive programs. And a reminder to you all that the Slido is open, the Slido questions are open, so please drop any questions you have for Hilde and participate as much as you can in this conversation. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Hilde.
Thank you very much. I'll share my screen. Thank you. My name is Hilde Solli and I work with mobility strategy and urban planning at the Climate Agency for the city of Oslo. Oslo is a small city in the world and the capital of Norway. We are about 700,000 inhabitants and some more than 1 million in the urban area. The Climate Agency, where I work, is a small agency in the municipality, which main obligation is to facilitate climate action through measures like the climate budget and development of policy measures. Thank you very much for the invitation and for the possibility to speak with you today. I'll share some experiences from Oslo and from Norway on the policies for electrification of vehicles. To start out, however, I will give you a background on Oslo's climate policies. Then I'll give you an overview of the electrification policies in Oslo and in Norway before I broaden out the picture to talk about how electrification policies are a part of the mobility policies as a whole. Our climate strategy is our mandate to act in line with the Paris Agreement. We have 16 strategic priority areas which reflects long-term decisions, and our strategy makes it easier for the individuals and for the enterprises to make climate-friendly choices every day, and is a mandate for us in the municipality to create and act with climate actions. And it's an important part of this that our strategy is both a strategy for mitigation and for climate resilience. And Oslo's goal is to cut direct emissions within the city border by 95% by 2030. And that means almost all the emissions, 95%. That is in practically everything. To be climate resilient means that our capacity to withstand climate change will be strengthened towards 2030. And that is very important today. We also have 3 other goals. It's one goal on energy. And because of the electrification of transportation, our energy goal is a goal that is both on the transport sector and the stationary sector altogether. And our goal is to reduce energy consumption by 10% by 2030. We have a goal also for forest and land use, because our natural environment is an important part of the natural carbon storage in the vegetation and the soil, and we want to protect that, and we want to increase carbon storage by 2030. And Oslo also have a footprint outside the city boundary, and our goal is to reduce our contribution to emission outside Oslo by 2030. But as I said, we have 16 priority areas, and 2 themes are extremely important to mobility. That is, of course, mobility in itself, but also land use, which I'll come back to at the end. For mobility, we have 4 priority areas. And the first one goes to mode share. It's that walking, cycling, and public transport will be the preferred mode of traveling in Oslo, and that we will reduce vehicle traffic. And then the transport that we have should be emission-free. That goes both to private cars, all public transport, and all vans. For heavier transport, Oslo will be emission-free or use sustainable renewable fuels by 2030. And we have a strategic priority area also to the port operation. And that is the port operation and traffic on the fjord also should be emission-free. But in our presentation today, it is mobility on land, which is the theme, and not the harbor. Because there are 3 sectors that are about 90% of direct climate gas emissions in Oslo. And mobility or transport is more than half of our emissions. So that makes it extremely important to us to do something about that. And the pictures show some of Oslo's electric buses, because the change to greener transport consists of 2 parts. It's both consists of that people need to drive less and they need to drive greener. And investment in public transport and in city infrastructure and regulatory measures like the toll ring and parking measures has been important to make public transport a better alternative for our citizens. The shift to electric cars has in the same manner been facilitated both by local and national policies, and I'll start talking about that. But first, a head on how it looks in Oslo. And this figure shows the share of private cars in which is owned in Oslo today, 29% of the stock of private cars in Oslo is electric today. So this is not new sales, but the cars in Oslo. And the same goes to vans. 7% of vans are now electric in Oslo. And we see this as a success. And there's a lot of policy measures that has been important to achieve this. And as we are succeeding, we are also all the time discussing these policy measures. But one important thing that has been very important for the dramatic uptake in EVs that we've seen in Norway and in Oslo, particularly, is the national tax regime. In Norwegian policies, there are taxes on fossil vehicles, which clean or electric vehicles are exempted. There is a value added on tax, which also on new cars, which also electric cars are exempted from. And this means that electric cars in Norway are enterprise priority with petrol cars and diesel cars at the same types of cars at the current time. And in Oslo, we have a tolling. And another big benefit is a discount for electric cars on toll roads. It's both a national regulation and a local regulation. And electric vehicle drivers has been largely exempted from tolls, but are now increasingly paying a share, but still a lot less than those that drive a fossil car. And for electric vans, they still have a zero tax or are exempted from tax, and the same goes for zero emission heavier transport. Parking policies are also extremely important part of this picture and the incentives that we are used. And if you pay on park on public space in Oslo, you need to pay. But and it used to be free to park with an electric car, but now they pay also a share, but substantially less than a fossil car. But parking policies are not only used to prioritize electric vehicles, it's also used to prioritize the modes that we prioritize the most. And this is the same street as in the last picture. And here the parking spaces has been removed on expense of a bike lane. That is how we prioritize the modes that are prepared and are better for city life in Oslo. Lane priorities has also been important, as in Vancouver, Oslo's roads are sometimes crowded, and saving time on commuting is usually appealing. EVs has been allowed to drive in the bus lane, an incentive that is changing today with the large uptake of EVs, and that we are continuously discussing. So today, you can only drive an EV in the bus lane when you have a passenger. And investment in charging infrastructure has been and is also very important. We have invested a lot in charging infrastructure for private cars in the street. And increasingly important in Oslo is to invest in fast and super charging, specifically directed towards the commercial sector, like vans or heavy transport or taxis. We also have a grant scheme where enterprises and housing cooperatives can apply for a grant to invest in charging infrastructure themselves. And public procurement is extremely important and extremely effective. For the commercial sector, procurement is a very, very important tool. And in Oslo, we have said in our procurement criteria that everything we buy in Oslo into the municipality should be delivered by zero emission transport by 2025. This is and has been a gradual process in a public procurement criteria. We are either demanding or favoring zero emission transport in tenders, depending on the technology status on the relevant in the relevant sector. Procurement has also been extremely important when it comes to public transport and electrification of public transport. Ruter, or transport company, coordinates, procure and market public transport for the city of Oslo and for the neighboring county, Akershus. And in 2021, Ruter had 156 electric buses in operation, of which 99 in Oslo, and that is totally 1,391 buses and 521 in Oslo. Regulations are also important, and in some areas we can regulate EVs directly. This applies to taxis. From November 2024, all taxis in Oslo needs to be zero emission by law. The municipality has to provide sufficient charging infrastructure to achieve this. Another regulatory measure that we are looking into is a zero emission zone in the city center, a dedicated zone where only zero emission vehicles will be allowed. And specifically, trucks are challenged when it comes to zero emission transport. But hard is not the same as impossible though. And through the project Pilot City for Zero Emission Trucks, the goal is easy access to zero emission heavy duty transport in Oslo in 2025. One important condition to do this is establishing renewable charging and fueling infrastructure. But to achieve it, it's also important that we work directly and actively in dialogue and cooperation with the business environment, both to incentivize and to better understand the needs they have to be a part of this transitions to zero emission transport. And I said that I'll talk about land use. There are different reasons, and there are different climate reasons that land use is important. But for mobility and transport, it is that we need to have a land development that facilitates less need to travel. And Oslo is a city that grows. And our growth strategy is to grow from the inside out and densify around public transport hubs. That is a transport-oriented development. And we have been planning a city like this for years. So when we are, the population is increasing, it will still be as easy as possible for people to choose public transport and to choose biking and walking. And the map in the circle shows a strategic, this is a strategic map for growth. And in addition to the city center, there is an area in the northeast, which will have good availability, and it's not really that far from the city center either. But area planning and land development is not only the big picture. It is really the small picture and our daily lives. And when we work with this, we think that the climate-friendly city should be a good place to live. And that means that these two boys on the picture here can bike securely to the soccer practice. So this is about location, where the kindergartens are, the sports hall, the library, the store, facilities like this should be easily accessible. And it's about offers that we have in our local communities. It's also about the streets, the shortcuts, and the walking and cycling path, but of course also about our availability to frequent and high quality public transport. Which brings me back to the toll ring, because we've had a toll ring in Oslo since 1990, and we used the toll ring to finance public transport. it's very important. Almost all the money goes to finance public transport and infrastructure, and some money also go to biking. And in addition to the financing part of it, it's very important because it makes it more expensive to drive. So that facilitates people's choice to greener transport because that gets comparably cheaper. And public transport is really the backbone of our mobility. And the subway is one of the areas that has gotten substantial funding through the tolling. In the city center, we also work with the car-free livability program, which we launched in 2017. The purpose of this program is both to promote walking and biking, and it's a zoning map that promotes walking and biking at the expense of car, but it also is to promote city life and to make the city greener and more livable. And I will end my presentation by saying that this is all about change, and cities are change agents, and we create change. And this is about leadership, how we work together, and how we create things for the future together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Hilde. Remarkable what you guys have been able to do in Oslo. Now we'll head over to your Slido questions. Again, reminder, if you haven't asked your question, please drop them in and we'll try to take as many as we can. The first question we have here is, in Oslo, have you noticed a change in land use planning as a result of decarbonization? So for example, a shift in gas station real estate usage or interurban recharging?
Thank you. That's a good question. We had, I think we have, not on the overall answer is no. This is a long-term commitment that we have, but there are a lot of concrete questions that we discuss every day, like we need area for charging infrastructure. How can we get space for that in the dense city? There are always a lot of discussions about, like, should you have green roof or should you have solar panels? But I think the overall picture is that the resilient city and a city that store carbon and facilitate green transport is the same city, because we spare the green areas and we develop dense. So that means both that it's easier to walk and bike because we have things close by, and that we preserve the trees and the land.
Great, thank you. Our next question is, what were some of the key challenges or obstacles Oslo faced in zero-emission transport policies and uptake, and how did you overcome them?
I think there has been a lot of challenging over the time, and kind of changing for the time being. There, of course, at the start, when we started with this in Oslo and Norway, an electric vehicle that could drive far no one really thought that was possible. So that also made it possible to be so brave on the policies. And now we will have a discussion on all these policies, because it's about both electrification and transport and public transport, and how can we get all this package together when we prioritize.
I like what you said there. If it's hard, it's not necessarily impossible in your keynote there. So we would like to take some recommendations from you. What are the top 3 recommendations you might have for TransLink and the Metro Vancouver region?
I think it's important to work with policy packages to see how things can build on each other, and that's really about how you can prioritize public transport and electrification, but at the same time make it harder to drive, really, because it's about having a livable city, and a city with less climate solution is also about prioritizing. So when you're talking about working together also with the solutions, I think that's really a way to go. And I think the governance question and how we create this change together is really at the key of the challenge here.
So the next question is about charging solutions. So what are charging solutions for car owners who don't have private parking space?
Actually, we have street charging, but of course that is an important question. And we did in Oslo, like in other cities, the buildings are built on different times. We did, and that makes it different from area to area whether people have that private parking space or not. So we actually did a city analyzing on that, where we looked at areas when the buildings were built and the need for providing a public charging infrastructure based on that question, really.
Were there any social equity or justice considerations or outcomes with the toll ring?
Of course there are. There are a lot of questions related to that. And there are done analyses on that. And the analyses show that those that pay the most are men with high income that drive by themselves. But at the same time, of course, that cost is heavier to carry if you have a lower income. At the same time, we spend the money on making a public transport available for everyone, and there are a lot of people that does not have a car. So this raises a lot of questions about equity and fairness. On one of the slides that I didn't have the time to show is that we have since the year before we implemented the toll ring in Oslo, we have asked people what they think about it. And this is really a question that divides. But the long-term trend is that the support is increasing and all the time. So people are more and more positive. And when we tell them what we spend the money on, they get even more positive.
Okay, we have time for one last question. So the question is, how did you get tolling? Are Norwegian politicians more courageous?
I think that's a very good question. I think all the cities that have a toll ring, there will be different stories. I think in Norway, the need to finance infrastructure were really at the heart of what put the courage in to put up a toll ring. And I think it's also very important that it is a cooperation where both the city government in our city, the neighboring county, and all the huge political parties are in it together. So that means that when they're discussing the solutions and the taxes with a broad political spectrum, they have agreed when the agreement is there. So that is also important.
Thank you so much. We have a slogan here at TransLink, together all the way. So in it together, we'll definitely take that away. Thank you so much, Hilde, for your time all the way from Norway. Please join me in thanking Hilde for her time and for her keynote address.
Thank you.
Okay, folks, well, we have a short 15-minute break before our first panel discussion, which is titled Electrification of Public Transit and Goods Movement. So if you haven't had a chance, grab a coffee. There are stations on both sides of the room at the exits there, and then make sure you check out the exhibition spaces. They will be open during this break and again at lunchtime. And if you want to test drive the cars, which, let's be honest, who doesn't? That's what we're all here for, to do the exhibition and take part in all of that good stuff. Please visit the Metro Vancouver stand located at Jackpool Plaza to book your lunchtime slot. So that's really important. You need to book a slot to be able to do that. So great opportunity to get that done. So please go ahead and enjoy, and see you back here in 15 minutes.
tried to walk away, but I couldn't see the light. The darkness got me scared, and I turned around to my old life. We said we'd be forever, and that's the sweetest lie. I heard a million times, I will do better. Oh, you know that you keep breaking me. Yeah, you keep breaking me. Oh, you know that you keep breaking me. Yeah, you keep breaking me. Yeah. Better.
All attendees, please return to your seats. Our program is about to resume. All attendees, please return to your seats. Our program is about to resume.
Okay, well, welcome back, everyone. If you could please take a seat. I'd encourage you to take the front seats if you dare. It would be lovely to see your faces closer up, so please don't be shy and step up and take the front tables. They're not reserved for anyone in particular. They're open, so please grab them. Did anyone get a chance to head outside and check out any of the exhibits? And maybe a couple of nods for the indoors. Well, I hope you head outside, go to Jackpool Plaza, which is right outside the doors here, and then on the corner you'll see the Metro Vancouver booth. So get in there, sign up for a slot to try out some e-bikes and e-vehicles there. Oh, we have one brave person. Very good. Appreciate it. Love to see it. Okay, let's launch into our first panel discussion. The topic is Electrification of Public Transit and Goods Movement. It will be moderated by Ralph Nielsen, TransLink's Director of Enterprise Risk and Sustainability. Ralph was integral to launching TransLink's climate action strategy and is leading the way towards our new carbon fleet strategy to acquire 500 new battery electric buses to help expand our bus fleet. So with that, please join me in giving a warm welcome to Ralph Nielsen. You're welcome.
Thank you. All right, so we are going to get into a really good conversation in electrification of public transit and goods movement in the region. So quick introductions, and then we're going to go quick Q&A, and we're going to have some time for Slido questions. So to my first left is Corey Farquharson. He's our Senior Account Manager to TransLink, firm BC Hydro, so he serves the transportation sector. Next we have Carolyn Kim, Senior Director of from the Pembina Institute. She's the Senior Director of the Institute's Communities and Decarbonization Group, which is awesome. She's from Toronto for the day, in a couple of days, I hope. So that's going to be awesome. I think Pembina Institute's been a leader in advanced thinking in decarbonization in Canada and environmental protection for many decades. And then Shayna Rector, VP of Strategic Partnerships with 7Gen. And 7Gen is a Vancouver-based company mobilizing capital and know-how to support medium and heavy-duty fleets deploy electric vehicles and chargers. So we're going to have a great, stimulating conversation. I'm going to kick it off. I think the keynote and Kevin's opening address really speak about the importance of electrification as a one particular pathway to not only achieve our goals to net zero by 2050, but also the aspect that electric vehicles, personal vehicles, shared fleets, heavy-duty vehicles, transit, offers this opportunity to have cleaner transportation modes, cleaner communities, quieter communities. So the future is actually quite stimulating and quite optimistic. But I think our conversation here today is to talk about not only the opportunities, but also talk about some of the challenges and share some of the things that we've learned and some of the things that we know through good conversations in forums like this that we try to advance and solve together. I think ideally this journey that we're on, the next 2 decades, 3 decades, likely beyond that, to ensure that we have a climate resilient communities is all about having the right conversations at the right time and advancing the right thinking to get there. So, Corey, let's kick it off. All right, BC Hydro. Everybody's looking to BC Hydro. Everybody's looking to electricity. And I know transit, we're making big investments in electrification of our fleet. There's lots of emerging and exciting things happening in the region with electrification of heavy duty and medium duty vehicles. But what would you say is kind of your, BC Hydro's biggest challenge right now? And then talk a little bit about how we can help you and how other, individuals and organizations in the room today can help you.
Thanks, Ralph. And I'm super excited to be here. It's phenomenal to be in a room with other people and get a chance to talk and work with collaborators. I think we've all had the last couple years of, am I on mute or can you see my screen? So to be able to talk to people in person is a true treat. In terms of challenges for hydro and the rapid world of everyone striving towards decarbonization, I think it's just that we're at an interesting point. It's a challenge, but it's an exciting challenge all in the same sentence. We've got different organizations and entities that are looking to strive towards provincial targets of 40% reduction by 2030. You've got own organizations that have set their targets and plans for reducing their carbon footprint. And everybody's, excuse the bad pun, but driving down this path as fast as they possibly can so that we can do something and that we can get started. But the tricky part with that is, as we're all sprinting down this different path as our own organization or entities, it sometimes doesn't necessarily lend itself to the most holistic approach. And what I mean by that is that we'll have customers looking to upgrade their electrical service to build in a brand new connection because they're looking to electrify their operations. And then their neighbor is going to do the exact same thing or is looking to connect some electric vehicles. And if both of them were working together in unison, they may be able to find a much more applicable and cost-effective solution. And I think everybody's trying to do this the best way possible. Everybody's trying to figure out the way to do this that's economical and financially viable. Everybody's trying to figure out what's the most technologically available solution. Everybody's trying to figure out what the most social economic implementation is going to be. And so they're all with good intentions, but I think the big message and how organizations can help and work with BC Hydro is come talk to us, come talk to us often, and make sure that you provide a plan up front, or have something somewhat baked. It doesn't have to be fully cooked and ready to go. Providing us with something so that you can show kind of what your desires are, so that we can then go back with our much smarter people internally to look at planning and load forecasting and what sort of funding support is available, so that we can really work together and find the best way to electrify together.
Excellent. So, to paraphrase, come early, right? Get tapped into the experts inside BC Hydro that can help us, and also talk to your neighbors whenever possible, so that services, higher capacity, higher powered, whether it be substations or feeds to particular sites, make sure that you get tapped in early and talk to your neighbors, so that there might be synergistic solutions there.
Completely, yeah.
Okay.
And it's not just neighbors, it's the municipalities you reside in, it's the different organizations that you're a part of. Creating a collaborative approach is the only way that we're gonna solve this together.
Okay, awesome. All right, Carolyn. In Canada, North America, probably globally, like the last 5 years have been amazing in terms of the increase in goods movement, in particular in communities. Like, so you've seen this shift towards good movement or reducing in personal vehicle traffic. Now it's all coming back. But, considering that goods movement is heavily dependent upon medium and heavy duty vehicles, is electrification the right path? Are there other options? How do you see, from Pembina Institute's perspective and the research and the teams that you were working with, how do you see that going forward into the future?
Thanks for the question. In short, yes, but I want to take a step back and speak to your point about the importance of goods movement and the rapid increase that we're seeing. And many of us here know how important goods movement is to our economies and to, support consumers get the goods that they need every day. And so similarly to how we see planners and policy practitioners address the growing travel demand in passenger vehicles, we need to also take that same approach when we're talking about curbing the demand for freight and goods movement and decarbonization. So you're looking at mode shift, shifting to lower emitting modes of goods movement, electrification, switching to low carbon fuels, but also looking at fuel efficient technologies and operational best practices. And that kind of multi-pronged approach is critical as we think about bending that curve. Just to set the stage in terms of the demand, Canadians shopped online quite significantly over the last few years. And between 2016 and 2020, before the pandemic, Canadians have shopped online by an increase of 350%, and that is only going to continue to skyrocket. So it's not surprising that we're seeing that heavy-duty vehicle emissions are going to surpass passenger emissions by 2030. So electrification is a big piece to that, but so is all the other pieces like mode shift and fuel-efficient technologies. So I look forward to getting into that.
You forgot to add the one that motivates me. If a quarter of our emissions are transportation and another quarter comes from the oil and gas sector, the one that wakes me up at 4 in the morning is that transportation is set to exceed oil and gas. So how do we decouple that growth in GHGs and economic growth and have GHGs go down and all of those wonderful goods still come through our ports and provide all those jobs?
Yeah, Shana, that's a good question. I have another question about land use planning, because you're a planner, right?
I am a planner, yes.
And I'd like to get your perspective, if we have time, on that synergy between land use and goods movement, that last mile of delivery, first mile. But I want to get to Shana first. So I want to get your perspective, because you work in the industry of electrification of medium and heavy duty vehicles, right? So, does that sector, does that electrification make sense right now? With respect to that, much of the businesses are run medium and heavy duty vehicles are small businesses, right? They're family-owned businesses, and making that jump to electrification in a very small fleet of 1, 2, 3 vehicles, where do you see that going? Is that one of the key challenges that you see as well?
Thanks for the question, Ralph. Yeah, absolutely, it is a key question. SMEs do make up 80% of that segment of the goods and freight sector. I wouldn't say they're being left entirely in the dark. Many of them are owned by individuals who see where things are going. They themselves have made lifestyle choices. The number of fleet owners that I meet who drive electric vehicles themselves is astounding because they are so astutely tuned in to the costs and margins of this business, one of which is fuel, right? I wouldn't say they're the majority. I acknowledge it's the Walmarts and the Amazons and the FedExes and the Purelators that are placing these orders for 1,000 vehicles. And yes, they're also building the in-house capacity to help make the decisions to support that purchase, the infrastructure, the operations, the change management, the rest of it. So where I get excited and where 7Gen is playing a role, which is a business that started basically providing electric vehicles as a service is what we call it. So we lease companies the chargers and the vehicles. So we are running around doing some of that hard work to figure out how do we support these very business fleet owners to make some of these decisions? How do we help them know of the wonderful fleet support program at BC Hydro? Which player in a region, and I can think of one I'll call out on stage, Recycling Alternatives is a great local business here in False Creek Flats who are so behind transitioning their business to where it needs to go that not only are they looking at their own business, but they're effectively acting as a local business improvement association and asking neighbors, how many trucks do you run? When might you need to replace them? Hey, did you know there's this company that could show you? Here's some of the vehicles that could do that job. So my thesis in this is, yes, it's hard, and there are places to help them get started. And I'm just going to add the imperative here. If they don't, they're going to lose business. So Truck News in the fall posted an article, and it says 1/4 of RFPs put out there by shippers, so the Amazons, Canadian Tires of the world, have a sustainability requirement to win that business. So that hasn't impacted contracts 2020 to 2022, but it is impacting contracts going forward. And two of the businesses that we as a business support are startup last mile delivery companies. Courant Plus is a business in Quebec. Whole business is being designed around providing zero emission last mile transportation. They are winning business off of the incumbents by choosing that business model.
Oh, that's interesting. So, the aspect of thinking about the finance aspect or the business model aspect, right, is educating owner-operators that there are other ways to operate a fleet and do it in a manner that's actually competitive against, others in the marketplace to gain business. That's a really interesting perspective.
And with the incentives at the moment, the math, if they're doing a decent amount of kilometers per day, 150 kilometers per day, 5 or 7 days a week, looks okay. But those incentives won't exist in, I don't know, I'll ask all you planners how many years, right? So that's the other reason for them to get started now.
Yeah, awesome. All right, Carolyn, I think you had a question for me, right? Because this was supposed to be a big all-around discussion. Slap it down, let's go for it.
Yeah, well, I mean, our keynote and Kevin raised really set the stage really well in terms of the importance of innovation and how there is this sense of urgency among all of us. We only have 8 years to achieve our climate targets by 2030, and a big piece is collaboration and partnership. So I'm curious of how you in your role are kind of tackling the sticky issues and finding new ways to partner and collaborate.
Yeah, so this is partially a transition to, of course, net zero, right, and driving down emissions. But it's also, I think, a transition to more sustainable communities. It offers us a really interesting perspective of getting more sustainable communities. But in that journey, our energy partners are really important, like our critical energy providers to the business. They're going to be the ones that help us through that energy transition. And then there are the partners with the municipalities, the townships, the cities, right? Communicating with them constantly about what our plans are and where our plans for electrification are going to be, or transitioned into other fleet and propulsion types and energy sources is going to be really important. Because the last thing we want to have is slowdowns to that transition. So, you know, a battery electric bus takes a year to procure, right, start to finish. But the charging infrastructure to put it in place for a whole fleet takes several years, you know. Kevin mentioned the Marpole Transit Center. So that's still, if I do my math, 5 years away. But we're working on procurement now. But it's very important for our municipal partners to make sure that that project gets looked at from a permitting and approvals process. The last thing we want to have is schedule delays. So how we deliver the project with our municipal partners, they have to be our champions as well. That's very, very important. And then keeping the landscape open with respect to where are the other ways we can decarbonize, right? Is it renewable fuels? We need to test, we need to pivot, we need to innovate, and then adopt if it proves to be viable. So one phrase that we like to use is we have to embrace the ambiguity that this transition is posing to us, and we have to take action as quickly as we possibly can. And if it doesn't turn out, we have to pivot and shift to a different strategy. And that becomes a learning thing. We have to deal with the known unknowns, and we know that there's going to be some unknown unknowns in the future.
What I'm excited about is, you know, I'm thinking about the open call that was just announced this morning, and it would be really great for ideas to come forward on how we can advance systems change, how we could address change management, because we know, you know, there is that technical aspect, you know, very, very, very much important to the conversation of implementation and operation and maintenance and management. But as was noted, it is a psychological change. And how do we kind of move quickly when we are kind of embedded in our old ways of thinking of partnership and working together? So I think what I am really excited to see is what kind of new ideas are put forward on a human capital side of things, and more around change management.
Yeah, change management. It's all about change management. All right, so let's move to some of the Slido questions. Corey, there's one up there about, can BC Hydro generate the power that we need for this transition? That's some of the big question that everybody that I meet asks that question. So
you have 30 seconds.
You have 30 seconds.
Yes. If anyone wants a delightful read, BC Hydro has actually just submitted our integrated resource plan, which is 124 pages of light reading with lots of graphs and very, very detailed information, details about how we can continue to strive towards our electrification plan. And so Hydro has actually launched our electrification plan that maps out the next 5 years of achieving roughly about 930,000 tons of CO2 emission reduction. And in the integrated resource plan, they've mapped out that plan and even more acceleration on it, and how Hydro will continue to have the capacity to serve that.
Yeah. Awesome. Gina?
Yeah, I was just going to add to your ambiguity point.
Yeah.
You know, we don't know all of the future elements of this technology, but you know, we have a client that is so committed to this transition, but he has a seasonal business. His fleets work hard when we have cruise ships in town. So there's a bunch of months of the year that those assets sit idle. He is open to exploring the piece, like, can this battery do something? Can there be a vehicle to something
else
possibility in the future?
Yeah.
And while we don't have certainty about that, and we can't price that in the total cost of ownership model today. He's at least open to asking that question, and we're at least exploring how do we make the business case for not our first 2 or 3 buses, but our planning for 50.
Yeah.
So just, right? Don't just look today, look tomorrow as well, and be open to the possibility.
And I think on that point too, there's such rapid acceleration of new technology, new vehicle types, new vehicle to grid connectivity. We're seeing that it's even been stated that BC could be the Norway of North America in terms of car adoption, with forecasts of 100% EV vehicles by 2035 for light duty. So again, it's happening, and it's happening quick.
Carolyn, there was a question up there around, are there some, should we be using some policy instruments to avoid this, single package delivery to a home on that last mile, that growth in e-commerce where everybody's getting, these small products delivered to their home, and there's just this massive volume. So has the Pembina Institute explored, this aspect of, are there policy instruments around that?
Absolutely. I mean, what we saw over the pandemic is an increase of B2C deliveries. So you're seeing deliveries made to residents directly, and it creates a lot of congestion around residential streets, rather than traditionally seeing that kind of commercial activity around office towers and commercial Main Street. And so when we think about how do you reduce the last mile delivery, we could price the curb and think about how we manage on-street parking. How do we accommodate to greater commercial vehicles? Or price it accordingly to incentivize zero-emission vehicles, including cargo bikes that are using electric assist capabilities. That is all a part of this conversation of reducing last mile deliveries. How could we use existing transit mobility centers and hubs for pickup and drop-offs for getting your Amazon packages? That's in doing that, consumers can participate in that last mile delivery and reduce that trip that could be made by a truck. And so of course that has air pollution benefits, greenhouse gas emission benefits, but also impact to our public realm. So I think, your point about what's the role of land use planning, it's really important that we look at how we're planning at a block by block level, look at the patterns that are happening in our cities, and really kind of activating the kinds of local solutions that we need based on what we're seeing on the ground.
Oh, very interesting. I think we're almost out of time, but maybe one more question. Corey, can you talk a little bit about maybe some of the innovation and power connections of bringing, that grid, that was up there about, what are you doing to kind of understand where the grid's going to go and where it's going to be placed, and how are we going to innovate in that regard with your customers?
Yeah, in terms of innovation, there's a number of different groups internally at Hydro that are looking at the way that we can serve the future forecasted capacities and loads that customers are bringing forth. And that's being done by a variety of different ways, looking at some of the energy purchase agreements that we have, looking at renewable energy sources, looking at battery capacity. And so all those things are being considered when you start looking at the integrated grid as a whole, and how we're going to continue to serve our customers.
Awesome, great. Well, I'd like to thank all of you for coming and joining me on the stage and having this dialogue. And can everybody please thank Shayna, Carolyn, and Corey for coming out this morning. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Ralph, and thank you to our panelists, Corey, Shayna, and Carolyn, for that insightful conversation. I think we could have carried on for a couple more hours if we had the time. Thank you very much. Now it is my great pleasure to introduce our next set of panelists to discuss the topic of electrification of shared electric vehicle fleets, and it will be moderated by Eve Howe. Eve is the Policy Development Manager at TransLink. She has been instrumental in coordinating policy and strategy efforts for TransLink's bold vision for the next 3 decades. It's called Transport 2050, where one of the goals is to ensure that there are carbon-free transportation choices for everyone. So please join me in welcoming Eve and the panelists to the stage.
Hi, thank you. Thank you, Tina. So I'm really pleased to be joined by this panel here. We're going to be talking about shared mobility. I think it's important to, in this conversation about electrification, not forget that part of the future that we envision in this region is to be able to share the assets that we have. And I think Vancouver's lucky. We have a long history of shared mobility. And that really gives people more access, allows for conversion to cleaner vehicles and technologies quicker. It improves affordability, and as well, it's ultimately has benefits in terms of our longer-term regional goals. So we're going to talk a bit about that today, and I'm joined by Jeff Turner, Senior Research Lead for Clean Mobility at Dunsky Energy and Climate Advisors. Next to him is Dave Wharf. Dave is the Senior Manager of Business Operations at Evo Car Share. Next to Dave is Mia. Mia Kohut is General Manager of Mobi Bike Share, better known as Mobi by ShawGo, Vancouver's public bike sharing program. And then finally, Patrick is next to Mia, who is, Patrick Nangle is CEO of Moto, a member-owned car-sharing cooperative active in 25 BC municipalities. So thank you guys for joining today. So integrating electrification into shared mobility, whether that's car sharing, one-way, two-way, bike share, and as well ride-hailing, poses its own unique challenges as opposed to owning your own bike or your own car. So I'd be curious to hear from your either experiences or perspectives or anticipated experiences, what you think the challenges are in terms of operations to shift to zero emissions, and how you've either been addressing it or intend to be addressing it. And I'll start with Jeff, and maybe Jeff, you could give a bit of a background about your role, and you work for Dunsky, and how does that relate to shared mobility? Yeah.
Sure. Thanks, Eve. So yeah, my role at Dunsky, I actually just got promoted. So I'm now the Director of Clean Mobility. I forgot to update that, but basically what that means, it's a little bit less of an ambiguous title, but any of our work for governments and utilities, we are helping them to understand to what extent can they accelerate adoption of clean mobility solutions. So a lot of the time I'm focused on electric transportation, figuring out how to swap one technology for another, but it's really also exciting when we're thinking about, well, how do we shift to more efficient modes? And really exciting to be working with Eve and her colleagues actually over the past few months to really try to tackle both of those at the same time while looking at the potential for electrification of car sharing, ride hailing, even taxis as well, and potentially what kind of role TransLink could play in addressing some of those barriers, specifically related to charging infrastructure. I think we've got a few experts here on the car sharing side, so I'll let them speak to their efforts on electrification. But maybe I could speak to what we've seen in talking with a few of the ride hailing fleets, taxi fleets as well. I think what's really exciting for those fleets is that they get used a lot. The average taxi, for example, drives somewhere around 5 to 8 times as much as a typical personal vehicle. And as Shana mentioned earlier, if you're driving that much, the business case for electrification is really strong. Sure, the vehicles are more expensive, there are some barriers, but the fuel savings and operational savings is really compelling. So I think that's pretty promising in terms of uptake, provided we tackle challenges around education, but the charging infrastructure is a big piece. So along with that increased utilization comes increased demand for charging infrastructure. And in particular for those vehicles, they need really fast charging infrastructure. But fortunately what we've seen now is that there are vehicles that can charge up in about 15 minutes, and it's easier said than done. That's a really big ask on the infrastructure side. But if we are able to find ways to get that infrastructure in place, and we're able to help these fleets with those upfront costs and build that business case, I think there's a really promising opportunity for those fleets to make the switch, decarbonize those really high usage vehicles, and potentially even do it in a way that will sort of integrate with the broader transportation system if we can really bring those fleets and help them focus their operations around some of the other pieces of the transportation puzzle. But anyway, I'll leave it there for now, and I'm sure we can hear more from some of the other fleet users here.
So thanks, Jeff. So, needing high-powered charging en route, kind of, in the middle of the operational day. What is the challenge that you see, Dave? You guys operate a one-way car sharing system at EVO. Is that a similar challenge, or are there other challenges?
Yeah, I think that the number one issue that we have with our model being free-floating is charging and charging infrastructure. Speed is also a piece of that. So for example, right now we have over 1,900 vehicles in our fleet. Primarily they're combustion engines, but we do have a pilot. We're running 5 EVs, well, 4 today because one's outside, so check that out. And so we've been able to kind of play around with how the operations will actually work. And the things that we're finding right now are we really need to come to some sort of ability to create some sort of mobile charging solution, a fast mobile charging solution for us. Right now we're taking the vehicles, we're moving them into charging stations, charging them, and then putting them back in the field. So that works okay when you have 5, 10, maybe even 100 vehicles. It will be operationally heavy when we start to look at really moving all of our vehicles over to at least zero emissions. The other challenge that we're having right now is just supply chain issues. It's just getting more vehicles has been a real challenge. We were lucky to get the 5 that we had. We requested more, within the next 2 months, and we were told they're not available. And that will be a challenge as we move forward with the price of gas being what it is right now. We're getting a lot of individuals that are switching their personal vehicles from combustion to EVs. So it's going to continue to be a challenge over the next few years.
So over to Mia, who will speak a bit to bikes, micromobility. Are some of these challenges that you're hearing on the automobile side similar, or do you anticipate different challenges?
Well, first of all, people might be wondering why Moby is on a panel for EV in the first place. And this is actually the first time we've announced this publicly, but Moby is bringing 500 e-bikes to our system, and we're going to start rolling them out this summer. We're going to be charged by the grid, so we're not doing battery swapping. We're going to be plugging into to the city grid to charge up our e-bikes. And so for us, it's all about the anticipation. It's how many more rides are we going to get on these e-bikes? How popular are they going to be? How are we going to ensure that our e-bikes are charged for our users? Our e-bikes are going to move around the system with our regular pedal bikes, and we'll have a percentage of our stations, new stations, that will be completely charged and connected to the grid, and those are where the e-bikes are going to charge. So they're not going to be in the perfect places for us. They're going to be they're going to be where we're going to need to move our balancing vehicles and make sure those bikes stay charged. So that's the big anticipation for us.
Thank you, and thank you for that announcement. I think everyone's going to be pretty excited to see those out and about this summer. Patrick, Moto, what is your experience with electrification and the challenges?
Thanks, Eve. So it's a complicated problem. We've been working at it since late in 2019. I would characterize where we're at now as a test and learn period. So we have a fleet of about 800 cars across BC, and we've been doing this for 25 years. It's a diverse fleet, so part of the value proposition is take a vehicle that suits the purpose of your needs, so regular sedans, pickup trucks, passenger vans, cargo vans. So in some of those vehicle categories, there simply aren't choices in the market today, or they're just starting to emerge into the market. So that's kind of the first challenge. there are economic challenges. So there are technical challenges, behavioral challenges, and economic challenges. I'll go next to the economic challenge. For some reason that I find illogical and really inequitable, we as car share fleet operators have to pay up to $8,000 more per vehicle for an EV than other residents of British Columbia. So it's completely nonsensical. We serve our market, a lot of our market is middle to lower income individuals and families. So there's a disconnect. So it's a federal and provincial government issue. If you're here from the province or the federal government, I want to talk to you. But so there's that issue. Then we have behavioral issues. And I think, in our observation, we've had electric cars. We have a bit over 25, I think 27 electric vehicles in the fleet today, including 2 hydrogen fuel cell cars. So test and learn is try different things. So different models of EVs plus the fuel cell, which is creating the electricity inside the fuel cell itself. So try different things and see what's going to work. How do users behave? How do they react? Will they charge? Will they return the vehicle with enough charge for the next person? How do we deal, as Dave mentioned, with the charging? Our business is a lot about utilization. The cars should be used to make the economics work. And the simple reality is today, for a lot of reasons, the charging issues that Dave described, the kind of cost of the vehicle issues that I mentioned, there are issues around parking and so on, the total cost of ownership to operate an electrical vehicle today doesn't work, in our opinion. Or you have to throw a lot of labor at it, and it's not really sustainable in the longer term. We will get there. So we've publicly committed we will have a zero emission fleet by 2030. So in this period over the next couple of years, test, learn, figure it out. The world is changing fast. More vehicles are coming. Prices should come down. But the charging issue is also a really important one.
So one of the things that I'm hearing from a few folks is connecting to your customers, because when you transition your entire fleet over, you will need to depend on them to play their part. How have they responded so far? I guess that's my first question. What's the experience been when they suddenly realize, oh, this is a fuel cell vehicle or an electric, right? And then how do you anticipate needing to educate, bring them along so that they can fulfill some of that operational need that those vehicles have? Maybe I'll start with Dave.
Yeah. So it's been a real pleasant surprise, I think, with our vehicles. Some of the things that we've seen is, even though we only have 5, we're seeing our members seeking them out and actually taking longer trips than our regular vehicles, which is interesting because we were a little worried about our members having range anxiety and not sure if they would take them on longer trips, but we are seeing that. They've responded in a way that when we first put them out, we have all our vehicles as pins on our app, and they were all the same. And we had a lot of people, especially on social media, saying, we heard you have these EVs, where are they? How can I find them? How can I filter them? So we changed the pin to a little lightning bolt, and people love it. Now they can source them out. We get a lot of pictures on social media. Oh my God, I found one in the wild, here it is, or I'm driving it. And so that's been really encouraging to see that people are invested in these kind of new things and are excited about the things that we're doing. Only having 5 too, it's really kind of like, it's a rare thing. So yeah, if anybody has any EVs, Lucid, I'm looking at you. Let's talk, yeah.
Needs to be black with a turquoise roof rack.
Yes, it's Pantone, but yes, yeah.
Thanks. No, interesting. And then, so Mia, what are you going to put electric bolts showing your e-bikes?
That seems to be the standard.
Okay.
Electric bolts. So we're anticipating our users and members are going to love these bikes. I encourage everyone to go and try one on the test track if you haven't yet. We're out there today. In other SISTA bike share cities around the world, e-bikes can be ridden 4 or 5 times more than regular pedal bikes. So we are anticipating a lot of usage. People will be able to find e-bikes through our app. We're releasing a new and improved app, also coming out this summer. So you can look for stations that have e-bikes. You can filter for e-bikes. You can find them. I'm anticipating that there'll probably be a higher demand than there is supply. But I think it'll be a game for people to go and find e-bikes. I especially expect them to be riding longer. We want to keep those e-bikes charged for users, so we will probably block the e-bike, maybe if we haven't decided the threshold, but it might be like 10 or 20%. So, because the last thing you want to do is ride a heavy e-bike that doesn't have any e-charge. So those are the kind of things we're anticipating for and getting ready for our users.
Great, and then how about you, Patrick? How have your customers, you have had a longer experience with electric vehicles. Has it been mixed or positive? Or?
Yeah, first I'll mention we're cooperative, so we refer to members rather than customers, but our members love them. It's very much as Dave described. You know, if they have a choice of 3 or 4 vehicles within a few minutes walk, it's the electric vehicles that come first. So the experience has been very positive. I don't think we've had any sort of negative. People sometimes, we have a, as I mentioned, variety of vehicles. So sometimes figuring out how to work with the charger, find the charging port on the car, plug it in, and so on. But once you've done it. We have videos, through our app and online. So there's a way to kind of be educated about it. But I would buy so many more if we could. But there's this, like, supply chain issues, as mentioned, that are a real hindrance right now.
Maybe. So I'm sort of the oddball here. I don't have customers or members, but I do also do a lot of work with governments across Canada on personal vehicle adoption. I think there's a really important link here between these shared fleets and personal vehicles. I think ultimately, our goal, our hope would be that, as many people as possible can make do without needing to own a personal vehicle, and make use of all these options to go about their day without getting into a personal vehicle. But I think the reality is likely that, a lot of people ultimately do, the majority of commuters in most big cities across Canada are still driving their own cars. So we have our work to do on that front. But I think one thing that's interesting is that a lot of vehicle owners, car sharing is a really important step for them on their way towards, maybe making that switch to personal vehicle eventually. And this can be a really great opportunity to expose those people to the benefits of electric driving. Any of the public awareness campaigns that are trying to shift people towards electric vehicles, their #1 priority is get people into seats. And if their first experience with an electric vehicle is from a car share fleet, that's a really great opportunity to at least help on the personal vehicle front. Again, all this in the context that, we'll do what we can to make sure people are happy with that service and don't need to put something in their own driveway. But for those that ultimately do, I think this is a really helpful opportunity for education about the benefits of electric transportation.
So I have one final question before we move over to the Slido questions, and I'm hoping it'll be pretty quick, but I think I know Patrick's answer, but what more could government be doing in order to encourage the electrification of the shared mobility sector? Maybe, and I'll start with Patrick.
Okay, so I did my incentive rant already, so I'm going to go a little bit to a different place. We must avoid everybody that owns a car today transitioning to an electric vehicle. We have about 2.5 million people living just in Metro Vancouver, 1.6 million cars, 2 cars for every 3 people. Kevin Quinn told us earlier, another 1.2 million people coming. Do the math, that's another 800,000 cars. If we transition all of those cars, just all of those cars alone will be overwhelming. So, yes, electric and shared. And then in parallel with that, we must not have a forest of 1 million+ charging stations. We need to find a way to do this in a way that's clever, that's efficient, that's economic, and convenient.
Thank you. Jeff?
I'd say maybe just building on that point about the forest of charging stations. So I work out of Montreal most of the time, and we are starting to see that forest, and we're running into that pressure now where it's a conflict with on-street charging stations and other users, pedestrians, cyclists, and things like that. So I think one thing that we are doing pretty well in BC is enabling charging at home as much as possible. That's always going to be the most convenient, most affordable way to charge a vehicle. So all those people that do have a vehicle, let's make sure they're charging up at home, and that'll just really minimize the demand on that public charging network. And I think the big opportunity here, on the one hand, there's car sharing, on the other hand, with taxis and ride-hailing fleets, again, there is a pretty promising business case for electrification of those fleets, and that can help build up some momentum on the charging front to invest in charging infrastructure that is really effective, faster chargers, fewer chargers that can get the job done quickly. And there might be an opportunity to piggyback on some of those higher usage fleets, such that lower usage fleets and personal vehicles can benefit from those investments that might have a stronger business case on the ride-hailing and taxi side, and that can really help us break through some of these challenges on charging.
Mia. So the great thing about bikes is you can probably get about 10 to 12 bikes into one parking spot. And electrification for bike share and the support of the local governments could be to help with that electrification. We're really lucky in Vancouver. We're really lucky at Moby. The City of Vancouver has been a great partner of ours for many years and been planning for the electrification of our fleet for years. So we have a lot of sites secured already through developers or through their curbside electrical program. And what's really innovative of what they're doing here is it's not just about charging e-bikes. It's about bringing power to food trucks. It's about bringing power for events. And it's an innovative way to include more in the electrification program than just fleets. So I highly encourage other municipalities here to look to the examples that the city is setting here, and would encourage you to get started now, because having electric shared fleets could be in your future, and it will be great for your community to be able to provide this amenity for shared e-bikes.
Thanks, and then Dave.
Yeah, I think that being smart about where those chargers go and who has usage and preferential usage of that, I think is something that I know that the city's interested in looking at. I know we've had dialogue with the city. I think that looking at things like mobility hubs, where there's lots of different ways to get around, lots of different modes that are all electric that can go there, that have reserved spots or preferred spots. The other thing that I think is great and to see the city doing is incenting businesses like gas stations and businesses with parking lots to put in chargers, and that allows us to partner with them and be able to use those chargers at night when we do a lot of our charging. So yeah, I think that's really key, and I think the city's been doing a great job of pushing that forward.
Thanks, guys. We're going to flip over to Slido and see if we can squeeze in a couple of more questions here. Let's see. The first one is, car share reduces ownership, VKT, parking demand, and enables mode shift. Can you speak to the importance of reducing the vehicle population versus EV subsidies? I think Patrick kind of touched on that a bit. Did you want to elaborate?
Yeah, I can. So I think it's a really great question. I think the shift away from privately owned cars to shared cars is really important, and I would probably give that a bit of an edge, because there's a lot of room to do that. A lot of academic research with a bit of kind of averaging. One shared car replaces 10 privately owned cars. So already you see a big reduction when you move from privately owned car to a shared car, 30 to 50% reduction in your GHG emissions as a user of a vehicle. A lot of academic support for that, but we must go, it's a climate crisis. We must go the next step and also electrify the fleet. So we need to do both in parallel. Today we can push harder on just the transition to shared, and then shared and electric.
Anyone else want to answer that question?
I think the other thing too, when we look at that, is exploring all the different modes, and I think we've seen it all out in the plaza, all the different modes that we have in making sure that there's infrastructure in different areas. If it's really, really dense, and we start to look at things like they were doing in Norway there, where there's no cars on certain streets or tolling, things like that, that's going to push people to take micromobility or other electrified means within those areas. And I think that's somewhere that all of us can kind of lean into and work together to do things like the shared mobility compass card, the things that we did before that kind of bring us all together, and TransLink helping as well too. So I think it's putting all of it together. It's not just all of us separated. You know, we've all worked together closely for a long time.
So maybe I'll squeeze. Oh, did you want to respond?
Sure, I would just add one thing. I think another important piece of the puzzle is to just put a price on mobility. You know, as we move towards fully electric fleets, I think we need to make sure that there's still a price signal that encourages people to reduce their driving as much as possible. And yeah, I think there are ways to do that in a way that incentivizes more efficient modes and recognizes the impact that even an electric vehicle will have on our transportation system.
For sure. I will squeeze in one last question. And this is speaking to, are there plans to integrate trip planning between TransLink, Mobi, Evo, et cetera, for multimodal trips? Because that would be cool. Did anyone want to speak a bit about some of the pilot work we've been doing at between a number of these organizations?
That's a great question. Patrick, we started this in 2018, I think. So Mobi, Evo, and Moto have been working really closely with TransLink over the last 4 years to work towards that goal. We had a shared mobility pilot for business a few years ago, and hopefully we'll have exciting announcements to make soon about what the next step is for that program.
Maybe I'll just add in regards to trip planning. So yes, a part of it, so that, because convenience, right? We have a convenience gap. Right, it's more affordable to own a car. Or no, sorry, it's more affordable to use shared mobility, but it's kind of convenient to have the car parked in front of your house. So we have to close that gap, and so this is a chance through stitching together the modes. You know, as Dave was referencing, as Mia mentioned, if we can stitch it together and make that part of it more convenient, that we think will push, gain some momentum in the transition.
Great, thank you. I recognize that it's lunchtime, and so thank you all for joining me today. This has been a super interesting conversation, and I'm sure folks will want to grab you for questions afterwards. So yeah, if we could give everyone a round of applause, and then I think I pass the mic back to Tina.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Eve, Jeff, Dave, Mia, and Patrick for this engaging conversation. And it shows to pay up. You got the scoop and exclusive on Mobi's e-bikes and shared mobility projects, so great insight there. Who's ready for lunch? Okay, love it. Okay, so here's the important information you need to know about lunch. Behind your name badge, there will be a little ticket for your lunch, so look for that. There's a food station outside the ballroom. Our lovely staff will be there to answer any questions you have on the lunch boxes. And please note, we can't bring outside food into the convention center, but of course, you're welcome to enjoy your lunch outside at Jack Bull Plaza. And while you're there, check out the e-bikes and e-car testing. We'll be back at 12:55 for our next panel, which will start at 1 o'clock sharp. Thank you.
All attendees, please return to the ballroom and take your seats. Our program is about to begin. All attendees, please return to the ballroom and take your seats. Our program is about to resume.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Please take a seat. Again, you can take the tables at the front. They are open. Please come on forward. I hope you enjoyed your lunch, had a chance to check out some of the exhibits. For this next part of our event, it will include a panel discussion, updates from our new mobility team, a roundtable workshop, and closing remarks by our very own Andrew McCurran. For those joining us online, our team will share with you the questions and email addresses for submission for the workshop portion of the event. But for now, please help me in welcoming our next panel moderator, Caitlin Cooper, lead planner of strategy and plan development with TransLink. Caitlin has been leading a study with Metro Vancouver on shared EV fleet charging infrastructure, and she'll be leading the discussion on the electrification of personal vehicles. Please give a warm welcome to Caitlin and our panelists.
Thanks so much. So we have a really great panel discussion for you today, this afternoon, around the personal EVs. And so this is what's going to touch all of you, regardless of what industry you're in or what organization you're in, because we all need to travel. So with me on the stage, we have Inger Miller, who is the program manager for sustainable transportation in the Fraser Basin Council's Climate Change and Air Quality Program, supporting electric vehicle initiatives under the Plug-in BC program. We also have Morgan Bregovich, who's an air quality planner with Metro Vancouver's Air Quality and Climate Change team. Morgan led the development of the Climate 2050 Transportation Roadmap the region's 30-year strategy to reach a carbon-neutral transportation sector, and co-chairs the BC Electric Vehicle Peer Network. And we also have Swati Bhatt, who's the design manager for supercharger infrastructure at Tesla Canada. Swati is an electrical engineer who has spent 100% of her decade-long professional life working on electrification of the transportation systems for both personal and public. She's also led the expansion of the Tesla Canada EV supercharger infrastructure in Western Canada, managing the full multidisciplinary life cycle of over 230 250 kilowatt stalls installed annually. So thank you and welcome to all of you. So the key question that we have for discussion this afternoon is, what are the barriers to access for personal electric vehicles, and how can we reduce those barriers for both accessing vehicles and the charging infrastructure? So as Kevin introduced this morning, TransLink recently approved, the Mayor's Council and TransLink Board recently approved Transport 2050. And if you go all the way to page 187, you will find Goal 5. And Goal 5 is carbon-free choices for everyone. So the overall theme for Transport 2050 is access for everyone. And that's one of the key elements for our discussion this afternoon. So with Metro Vancouver in the Climate 2050 team and the Clean Air Plan, a sub-target was developed for light-duty vehicles. So that includes cars, small trucks, and SUVs to achieve a 65% reduction in GHG emissions by 2030 from 2010 levels. This is going to be a monumental task that we need to work collectively together. And so part of the way that we're going to do that is by electrifying personal transportation and reducing the amount we need to drive. So I'm going to start with Inger. And what are some of the barriers that people are facing with accessing personal electric vehicles?
So thank you. So at Plug-in BC and the Fraser Basin Council, we offer several programs to assist with the uptake of EVs. Public charger program, our fleets incentive programs, special use vehicles, emotive, and of course our EV advisor services, where we assist with EV charging in multi-unit residential buildings, which we affectionately call MURBs, as well as workplaces. It's perhaps in our EV advisor services that we see the most barriers and challenges in terms of adoption. And that's mainly those experienced, like I said, in multi-unit residential buildings with charging infrastructure. And that can range from sheer lack of awareness and understanding. We continue to face misinformation, and that's not just within the general population, but also with contractors, right? We're still getting feedback that a lot of people consider that their buildings cannot take on any charging infrastructure, and some contractors are still saying some of those things, right? And so just that piece in terms of, understanding, energy management, that piece on, collective action and collective decision-making. So some of you may know that, living in a multi-unit residential building, you do require, especially within a strata, a 3/4 vote. And some of those things can be an obstacle, especially when you only have a small percentage of your building, that have EVs or are possibly interested at this moment. And of course, people have other priorities in the moment, about, should we fund, a full rollout in terms of, electrifying our parkade, or should we choose, air conditioning, right? So a lot of challenges there, but we have been looking at that equity piece, and I'm happy to chat about that a little bit more in terms of opportunities also.
Great, thank you. Morgan, in your line of work, what do you see as the barriers that people are facing with personal electric vehicles?
So it seems like we're at a really exciting point right now where we're starting to look at potentially widespread and really fast adoption of EVs on a broader scale than what we've been seeing so far. So I think it's a really exciting time. And as you said, Caitlin, you know, from a greenhouse gas emissions perspective, we want everyone who is driving a car in 30 years to be driving an EV. So it's great from that perspective, but it does mean we're looking at like a very, very fast transition over the next couple of decades that'll be really transformative. And I think that where we're at now, we want to start to shift our focus from general EV uptake to being more strategic and start to consider not only what are some general barriers for people who want to adopt EVs, but starting to think about what groups are likely to find this transition to be the most challenging and might have some specific barriers that we need to make sure that we're addressing as we go. And focus our policy and incentive efforts in the right places. So, you know, Inger was talking about multi-unit residential buildings, which I think is a perfect example. People living in older multi-unit residential buildings might find home charging to be a really significant barrier to adopting an EV for them, especially if they have no or limited access to parking. That they can easily get a charger at. And so thinking through, you know, how can we support those folks? What kind of policy efforts are needed? Things like right to charge. And then for people who may not be able to access home charging, what sort of publicly accessible charging infrastructure do we need? What does that look like? Who's doing it? When? And there's just tons of considerations there that up to this point we've considered on a smaller scale, but I hope that we're about to need to transition to thinking about that in a really broader scale, and some of those barriers will become more prominent as we have more EVs on the road. So how can we kind of proactively address some of those things to make sure that we're bringing everybody along as we make this really quick and meaningful transition?
Great, thank you. And Swati, from Tesla's perspective, I know that there's a challenge right now with the market being able to supply vehicles, but I think from your perspective of the charging infrastructure, it would be great to hear about some of the barriers that you're seeing.
Absolutely. Thanks, Caitlin. My co-panelists have already touched upon the level 2 charging infrastructure. So I'm going to focus more on the range anxiety bit, which kind of prevents a lot of people from making the jump to buying an electric vehicle. And this range anxiety could be, if you live in a condo in downtown Vancouver, you don't have level 2 charging infrastructure to like continuously plug your car into. And instead, you need DC fast charging infrastructure. And similarly, if you're going to the mountains or on a road trip in beautiful British Columbia, you need DC fast charging infrastructure. Which the cost of charging is not exactly affordable, and there's a lot of reasons why. The cost of building charging infrastructure is not exactly cheap. It can go anywhere from like $500,000 to a few $1 million, even with having a lot of equipment produced in-house, which is not true for a lot of charging manufacturers. All the problems that the construction industry faces because of supply chain related constraints and the pandemic are also existent for charging infrastructure providers, because at the end of the day, it is also a construction project. So all those problems are exacerbated because of the pandemic. Additionally, there are a few of other unique challenges that we face. Obviously, you need a lot of power, and a lot of the BC infrastructure designed by BC Hydro did not take DC fast charging infrastructure into account. We're thinking of peak loads of the order of several megawatts, which the infrastructure is just not ready for. And infrastructure in the electric grid can't be upgraded overnight. These things are planned like 10 years in advance, and 10 years ago, no one knew this was coming. And even if someone predicted it, no one would have believed them. So today, when you go to the electrical grid, you're competing with a lot of real estate projects in a place like Metro Vancouver. And the utility service is a public service, and rightfully so. So even every charging manufacturer should still get in line to get that power, and there's no guarantee that you'll actually get anything. And it is very hard to like plan very well in advance and make a lot of investments without really knowing whether we'll even get power at the end of the day. And even if you were to build all the infrastructure, the energization date is not guaranteed, because guess what? The utility also has the supply chain problems that the rest of the industry does. Oh, happy to elaborate more later on.
Great, thank you. I think what's interesting is we used to have a technology problem, or that was the barrier, and that has definitely shifted. We now have the vehicle technology, we have the charging technology, but now who has access to that? Who can afford it? How are we going to allocate our resources, both in terms of government and companies, to providing these services needed? And so just wondering, Inger, if you have any thoughts on that.
Sure. So perhaps one of the most common challenges that we see with this is that, you know, I'll give you a classic example of just a regular strata that's down the street from us. They may have had, you know, a few champions that maybe have EVs already or are interested in getting EVs very soon, but they've worked really, really hard and connected with EV advisors for a period of time to, you know, collect information, you know, do presentations to that strata, you know, do all of these processes, get their quotes and everything else, and they're just waiting until the following year to have their AGM, to have this meeting, to have the vote. And just before the AGM, they check in with that contractor or that company and they realize that the quote has changed completely. And that does not go well for stratas, right? It's become very discouraging. We've seen some, you know, price differences in terms of like maybe about 30%, right? And that's substantial when you're thinking about, you know, perhaps think about a building that has, you know, 300 units, for example, and they're looking to electrify the entire parkade. And by electrify the entire parkade through our EV Ready plan and our electrical infrastructure rebate, we're talking at least one space per residence. So that's 300 spaces. These are large projects, right? So yeah, huge challenges there.
Morgan, do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, and I think that just points, Inger, to, you know, we're kind of asking people to become experts in something that is totally new to them, that many people maybe haven't even heard of before, and they're just learning from on the fly. So I think that there's, you know, all of a sudden we're going from a world where people like know how to refuel their vehicle, they're very used to doing a certain way, to saying, you know, we've got to learn about charges, what works for you with your home charging situation. If you can't charge at home, then what sort of public infrastructure is available, and what do you need for different types of trips? And so there's a whole kind of like transition that we're kind of placing on people in the personal transportation space, and there's a lot of burden on kind of individuals to learn that. So I think it's great that there are programs in place like the ones Inger's describing to help facilitate that, and that'll go kind of a long way to mitigating some of these issues.
And what are you seeing, Swati, in terms of the transition from it being a technological problem to a resourcing problem? I know you talked about the construction constraints, but are there any other elements that Tesla's seeing?
Again, I speak for like any EV charging infrastructure and not just Tesla, because all of this is public information. In addition to the construction and the utility problems that I touched upon, another thing that I have personally noticed is on the permitting side of things. A lot of municipalities have ambitious goals in terms of the Clean Transportation Act and how we want to see more electric vehicle infrastructure. However, when this boils down to an individual project level, there's not many jurisdictions which have like a streamlined and quick process to actually support building EV infrastructure. It's treated as any other project. I mean, there are so many times when I filled building permit applications which have nothing to do with EV infrastructure, and I was telling this to Morgan as well, I get redirected to like random members of the team that are not working on this goal. So it might help to like not only have like ambitious goals, but also have some sort of an implementation strategy in terms of if there were to be an EV infrastructure project, then in the interest of advancing this project sooner for the better of the world, because climate change is real, people. We need to fight this. So in the interest of that, it would be nice to have a streamlined process where if you're working on an EV infrastructure project, this is the information I need, and this is what the timelines look like. And the timeline should not be like 2 years. It should be like, a couple of months, so that we can like build and, help the uptake of EVs. Because otherwise it's a chicken and egg problem, right? There aren't enough electric vehicles on the road because there isn't enough infrastructure, and you don't invest in enough infrastructure because you're not profitable because of the number of cars available on the road.
Yeah, I was going to say, it seems like we're on the precipice of going from trying to push things forward to just trying to keep up. So maybe we're already there, which is a nice problem to have, but a new one to work on.
I think so too. Which is why I think like this conversation is like very helpful, like having different members who work on different things.
Yeah, and I don't want to put you on the spot, Morgan, but I do know you're working on a regional charging strategy. So I think that will help to go a long way to get the municipalities in the region on a collective path forward as well.
Yeah, that's hot off the press. Super excited to have that moving forward. It's one of the first actions we're advancing from our transportation roadmap. So to your point, Swathi, attaching kind of an implementation plan to some of the really ambitious goals that we have. And one of the things that we kind of want to address there is it's just so decentralized. The charging space is so decentralized. There's so many different people. The roles and responsibilities aren't totally clear yet. And I'm sure over time, it's going to kind of crystallize while everybody sees how things are shaking out. But in the meantime, we're hoping that this will provide some recommendations for people to help ease some of the rollout.
Great, so maybe we'll go to some of the Slido questions now. Okay, how are you working to address charging infrastructure and EV adoption in low-income areas? These communities should not be forced to drive internal combustion engine vehicles. So do you want to start first, Inger?
Sure. So I'm very excited to talk about actually a new research project that we've started at the Fraser Basin Council. So we applied to the BC Housing Building Excellence Research and Excellence Program, and we were approved for that. And so we're working with the Ministry of Energy, Mines and Low Carbon Innovation, BC NPHA, ALMA, CHFBC, BC Hydro, as well as FortisBC. And we'll be doing a research project on investigating the barriers and challenges associated with EV adoption as well as EV infrastructure adoption in community housing and First Nation communities. And this is really important because I think, working in this space, many of us can have discussions and figure out what we think that these challenges are. However, we've really put an emphasis on, rather than assuming just from the literature what these challenges are, let's actually ask these communities. And so we'll offer surveys as well as interviews, and then hopefully by next year, March, we should have a report, and that report would be about providing recommendations and suggestions on how we can, really address those barriers and challenges.
Right. Morgan, do you have any thoughts on the low-income side and some of the equity issues that we're seeing?
Yeah, I think as I kind of alluded to earlier, we're in a place where we kind of want to move from incentivizing everybody to get an EV to thinking about who's going to need that extra boost. So we're not quite in that space yet, but I think that that's where we all want to be moving towards collectively. So I think right now we're probably still at the stages of trying to figure out how to tailor policy and programming and incentives to those groups, and also, even just understanding who they are and where they are and what the barriers are. So, I think it's great to see things moving along to a point where it's no longer just, let's get, anybody into an EV that we can, that we really want to start focusing in on those groups. So I wish we were a little bit farther along, but we're working on it.
Swati, do you have anything to add? Or?
Certainly. I only wish to state that I don't see any form of actual bias against, investing in a low-income neighborhood. I can't speak for Canada, but in America, we have charging infrastructure everywhere, including in some of the low-income neighborhoods, which then resulted in a lot of uptake in EVs in that area. And more importantly, there was an influx of Tesla drivers from everywhere trying to get there to charge, which resulted in like some sort of an economic upliftment of that particular community. This is an example that I've seen in America, but I can't speak for Canada, but one day we'll get there.
Okay, we'll go to the next question, and this one is more about how we're going to deal with the life cycle aspects of batteries in particular. So what are the strategies towards dealing with the many dead batteries that comes as a byproduct of adopting electrification? I might just leave this open. I'm not sure who's best to speak to how we're going to recycle or deal with batteries. Maybe Swati, if you have any thoughts?
Unfortunately, I don't. But good question. I'll take it, and I'm happy to like do some research and send some information offline. Reach out to me.
Definitely an important topic that we're going to have to tackle collectively as a society. Next question is for Morgan in particular. Research from Europe has shown that a significant amount of PM 2.5 is generated by tires and not exhaust. How does this affect your view on EVs?
Yeah, so that's something that we're aware of, and you know, particularly my colleagues working on the air quality side of thing, and related to the previous question about batteries, ultimately, like the most low impact vehicle is one that doesn't exist. So even though electrification is really important, and that's like a major cornerstone of our plan to get towards our climate targets, we don't want to lose sight of the fact that there are other alternatives, and that we can be encouraging more people to take other modes and facilitating that, and making it easier for people to choose that. And the panel on fleet and seeing the advances that are being made by the car and bike share services in the region is a great example of another piece of the puzzle that will help with some of those other aspects as well.
Okay, we are running out of time, and we have a couple of really interesting questions here. So one is building off of, I think, what you were talking about, Inger. How can stratas or landlords be compelled to provide EV charging access? Is right to charge legislation being advanced in Metro Vancouver?
Great question. We ask it often. We honestly have, really pushed and asked for the right to charge legislation. Unfortunately, we are continuously told that it's coming and it's not here yet. We do get, it's quite unfortunate that, we do get quite a few concerns where people have reached out to us and said, we have EVs within the building, we're interested in this, we've confronted our strata, and our strata will not move. Our strata will not allow you to come in and have a conversation with us. They won't allow us to access the electrical room, and unfortunately, there's nothing we can do other than if they were open to have that conversation, right? Our EV advisors are strong in terms of like presentations. We provide like EV 101, as well as go through, the whole gamut of, what we're offering. Right now, what's great is we have additional ZEV funding. So right now you can get up to $5,000 for a standalone charger, right? For, Indigenous communities, any Indigenous applicant, they can get up to 100% of up to $6,000, right? For a standalone charger. So we have, incredible incentives. It's just, getting people to be open to having that conversation.
Okay. The last question, and I'm not going to necessarily put it on Tesla as the question is worded, but I think universal charging is an important topic going forward. And so how can the multiple OEMs come together and have universal charging? So I don't know, Swati, if you want to take that first.
Sure. I can approach this from two angles. One, Tesla has made an announcement that Tesla will be opening its network to all electric vehicles, and we've already started the pilot in Europe, and we'll be using the lessons learned to do the same in North America. It's expected to happen soon. I can't comment on the dates, but it's going to happen soon. And secondly, there are also a lot of collaboration efforts where we do have some infrastructure projects in rural BC, where we've actually used flow chargers along with Tesla superchargers, so that the entire project, the project site can be used by not just Teslas, but all electric vehicles. So and this is just the beginning. And I really think every company is trying to see this as an opportunity to capitalize on like all electric vehicles available and not just the ones that they manufacture.
All right, thanks. To close, I think we wanted to close on a positive note. So I think we've seen a lot of successes over the last few years. So I'd love to hear from each of you just a quick overview of some of the successes and opportunities you see going forward.
So I would say our route of the EV Ready Plan and electrical infrastructure, prior to offering that, that incentive, like I said, specifically within multi-unit residential buildings, was just based on standalone chargers. So we would get people who would just, put a standalone charger just into their parking space or maybe into a shared parking space. But since we've started to offer the route of an EV Ready Plan, where you'll actually have someone come in and come up with a plan for your entire parkade, as well as now we offer, our electrical infrastructure rebate, where you can get up to 50% of the cost, up to $600 per parking space. That has been phenomenal, and we've seen huge uptake. I think, earlier on, some people had thought, well, will people really go ahead and electrify their entire parkades? And I'm happy to say people are. And so that is, great success there.
Great. Morgan?
Yeah, I would say, the Provincial BC Zero Emission Vehicle Act, it was so exciting to see that come in place and to see BC take a leading position on that. And BC and Metro Vancouver have been far ahead of the early sales targets in early years, which has been really awesome to see. And there's been so many new makes and models coming to market that I can't even keep track, which is great. And there's so much more visibility on this. And, if the Super Bowl is a barometer for what's mainstream, it's looking like we're going to have a lot more visibility on this, which is really great to see. And we're kind of in this unique role where BC and Metro Vancouver are really leading on EV adoption in Canada and even North America, but we still have a lot of other jurisdictions worldwide, like Norway, that are really leading on this that we can look up to at the same time. So I think there's really good potential for us.
And Swati?
I'm really still excited about the fact that we're opening the network and we're doing everything to make that happen. And the fact that we're actually collaborating with a lot of other OEMs to understand like what's working and what's not. And we're also like actively sharing a lot of lessons learned, which I think is beneficial for all.
Great, thank you so much. And we'll enjoy the rest of the conference.
And panelists for this engaging conversations. Thank you, Inge, Morgan, and Swati. Next, I'd like to invite my colleagues to the stage for updates on the New Mobility Project. Please help me give a warm welcome to Nicholas Vasilius, Manager of New Mobility, and Camille Machado, Project Manager of New Mobility.
Thank you, Tina. Yes, so I'm Nicholas Viselius, like Tina mentioned, the manager of the New Mobility team, and it feels like our team the last month has been turned into some event planning bureau, partly responsible for the programming of this day. So it's been really fun. Thanks for showing up, all of you. Now, normally our team has some important task within TransLink, being to ideate, to bring in ideas, to screen them, to fund them, and to work with external and internal innovators. So we are trying to draft ideas from our own staff, but also with the help of you, and then put them into the hands of Camille and other experts running pilots, and then really evaluating and see if we can scale them up. So that's really important. I think one important part also of bringing in all these good ideas has been the Open Innovation Call, which we heard our CEO, Kevin, launch this morning. And I think it's very important also to show a bit of what comes out from these. Usually there's a lag of an idea being, prototyped and taken into kind of massaging and co-creation with the help of us and you, and then leading into pilots. But I think Camille is the best person to give a few examples of previous calls and what they have led to. So I hand it over to you, and then I can briefly mention a bit more about this year's call again. Camille.
Thank you, Nicholas, and I'm very excited to be here and present today a little bit more about our pilot projects. These are some examples of the pilots that we have been working for the past 3 years. The first of them is our Share Mobility Compass Card, which is our Mobility as a Service initiative, and was an outcome of our 2018 Open Call for Innovation on Seamless Mobility. So this pilot was conducted in partnership with 3 other mobility service providers that were including here in the stage before, Modo, Evo, and Mobi, and allowed users to complete a unified registration to multiple mobility service, use the Compass Card as an access token for bike share, car share, and transit services, and also to pay for all services altogether. In 2021, this project was the recipient of Canada's Clean 50 Top Project Award, and we are now working very hard to launch what we call a phase 2 that will become available in the coming month. Also, from the 2018 Open Call, we have collaborated with another company called Poparide to promote carpooling solutions for Metro Vancouver. In 2019, we launched a 2-month pilot project on Bowen Island to explore technical feasibility and the customer experience of on-demand transit. Regarding capacity information, since 2021, TransLink has been working with Transit app to test capacity predictions on buses, so the app users can see if there's room to ride on the bus before boarding using their smartphone devices. And thanks to the AI bus prediction, our artificial intelligence initiative, customers are now can now better plan for their trips. So this pilot deployed machine learning solutions to improve accuracy of departure estimates, and it was incorporated into our NextBus website, SMS tool, and also third-party applications. And to help provide affordable and more sustainable options for commuting, we are also working and testing different approaches to offering vanpool for workplaces that are difficult to access by walking, cycling, or conventional transit. So this program started in 2018 and will soon be expanded. Regarding goods delivery, we also worked in the parcel delivery project, and we tested smart lockers for online deliveries at SkyTrain stations in 2020. However, due to the pandemic, we had to end the pilot in November of the same year. We also have an illuminated sign that's under implementation, and it's about casting visual messages and delineation zones to provide clear indication to transit users and employees of appropriate spacing and movement flow. The objective is to increase risk awareness and safety perception. And finally, from our 2021 Open Call, we had road use measurement pilots that will test technologies to help us monitor our regional goals related to vehicle traffic. So the official launch will be made in the coming months, so please stay tuned. And I hope I provide a good overview. I know it's a lot of information, it's a lot of cool initiatives, so if you're curious about knowing more about any of these initiatives or other pilot projects, please access TransLink Tomorrow website. We have included much more details and also summary reports. And thank you, and back to you, Nicholas.
Thanks, Camille. Yeah, so some quite exciting stuff coming out. But now we are looking forward, of course, and excited really for the 2022 Open Innovation Call, launched by Kevin. Bit of a tongue twister, I will read it to you anyway. How can TransLink support a rapid decarbonization of transportation in Metro Vancouver in support of our region's ambitious 2030 climate targets? Bit of tongue twister, I guess many of you will kind of boil this down into clean tech, maybe renewable, innovative, new fuels and all that, and that's great. I would entice you to think a little bit bold on this one. We need to have some great kind of blue sky thinking. We are open to things such as new business models, new kind of policy inventions, and so on. So good ideas are very welcome, and bold moves especially. And of course, your clean tech solutions. I think we're trying to make it easier every year to submit ideas. We know it's a hurdle to fill in all these forms and all that. We will actually launch this year a platform, a web-based platform, which will hopefully make it easier to fill in the criteria and so on. And you can find all this, like Camille said, on the TransLink Tomorrow website, coming up already. Like Kevin said, we're opening up not until August 15, for kind of a 6-week window of submissions, and they're quite, I would say now, we try to improve every year. Any feedback is welcome, but we try to put together kind of manuals for how to apply and what to include in a submission and not to save everyone's time. So please take a look at that manual and all the information packages. I think at least, yes, as soon as recent yesterday, if I Google TransLink tomorrow on Google, we come up as #1 hit, so that might be the easiest way to find us there. And with that, I think we have some time for some Slido questions. And of course, you can also grab the team and me in the corridors if you have any specific questions on this one. Might have been too fast to throw up the Slido now. You can also shout, I guess. There you go. Which has been your most successful pilot demonstration to date, and which are you looking most forward to expanding? So I think every pilot, it's a quite rigorous screening process. There are a lot of good ideas that we wanted to act on, we haven't, and we have to find kind of the right timing and internal sponsorship. I would say that every pilot we have been running has led to a lot of organizational learning and also kind of looking into the future and how we can expand them. So it's kind of with your children. I would hesitate to pick out one of them and say that's the best one. They all kind of contribute to a puzzle of learning. I don't know, Camille, do you have a favorite one?
No, I don't.
I think we had Vanpool up there. Vanpool is on the brink of really expanding in this region, so I look forward to that this fall. But we have some really exciting announcements this fall actually coming out, Camille said. Let's see, is Aquabus part of your mobility partner program? Sorry, Aquabus would be the Falls Creek small ferries. Is that the, yeah. We're talking to them. I think a lot of small mobility kind of service providers are interested in the Compass card and kind of get integrated payment. So we have discussions, but we are not running any specific pilot right now with Aquabus. Would you be open to academic evaluation of your pilot programs, collaborating with student research to help build a new mobility community? Absolutely. So I think one thing we don't talk that much about today is our academic outreach program. We call it the New Mobility Lab. It's not a bunch of geeks with white coats and all, but it's really an academic kind of dialogue we have with our top universities. I'm very proud to have some of the kind of, even in the world, global best universities here with SFU and UBC, BCIT and so on. We have quite deep relations with all of them, and we're also funding research. For you here from the academic community, there is a specific, also on the TransLink Tomorrow website, specific grant process where we are very happy to fund academic research that is I would call it quite actionable. We would like to see results within 2 years at least, but so it's not kind of basic research, but we have been funding throughout the years a number, maybe 10, 12 research projects as well, and that's outside the Open Innovation Call, so I would like direct you to that one there. And we're also funding student opportunities. I think we have one of our UBC Sustainable Scholars here in the audience today, so the answer is yes. So we go from top. Hi, thanks all the team for delivering this forum. No? Can MAS be expanded without a Compass system update? I think so. We have been, like, I would say, waiting for a Compass upgrade. It's in the making. We know that our customers are demanding more of a kind of a mobile experience, an IT experience, and the Compass investment, which was a great success, I would say, that the cards has to be upgraded sooner or later, and right now TransLink is looking into the timeline for that. I think we can do a lot before. For me, mobility as a service is more to integrate things outside Compass, and I think some of our trials, and we had Mobi, Evo, this Modo here today, we are working closely with them to see how far we can get, even without the kind of modern new Compass. So we will try it out. How can some of these pilots support first mile, last mile connections to transit? Is that a priority? I think a lot of the solutions we've seen here, including micromobility, are excellent kind of additions to a robust transit system. I think we need to have this high frequency kind of spine in the region, what makes Vancouver so walkable and so successful from a kind of public transportation, sustainable city building perspective. Can really benefit from having add-ons kind of around these transit lines of micromobility and other modes. So we are really looking forward to some of these options we've seen today being added to the kind of mix of mobility. And I think a lot of those can be kind of elevating the first last mile problematics that we are facing. So yeah. Where are we? Thanks for the team, blah, blah. What would you need from OEMs to showcase new technologies? I think OEMs and many partners we talk to, they have an amazing technology or some novel, new battery or so on. I think the way I'm thinking, and especially when you apply to the Open Innovation Call, really think about how your solution, your technology would help us reach our goals in this region, so our regional goals. And to be honest, what value would it bring to the TransLink customers, right? We also have a very strong customer focus with amazing ridership development before the pandemic, if we are getting back there. But we of course want to see what value any partnership we have or any collaboration for our customers. So I mean, besides the technology, the OEM should try to look really into the regional goals like we've outlined today and others, and also what you can bring to the table kind of in terms of value for a public transit customer. That's my advice. And that seems we have a cutoff. There are a lot of questions here. We will take them all back, and we'll maybe find a format to reply even outside today's forum. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Nicholas and Camille, for sharing updates on the New Mobility Project, your innovation and innovative ideas. It's, of course, why we're all gathered here today. I would like to now hand it over to Andrew McCurran, TransLink's Director of Strategic Planning and Policy, to lead you through the Roundtable Workshop and closing remarks. So please help me in welcoming Andrew to the stage.
Thank you, Tina, and thanks everyone for sticking around for the day. It's time to put you guys to work now. I think this is a part of past New Mobility forums that we've really valued, and trying to make this not just about us gathering to listen to some really interesting ideas kind of in a passive way, but recognizing that there's a lot of brain power, a lot of thought leadership in this room, and this is where we can help set the agendas for the next few years. What should we really be focusing on? Not just TransLink, the organization, but we collectively as a region, private sector, public sector, academia. So we would love for you to spend some time. We're going to set aside 30 minutes to get your ideas. For those of you joining virtually, you can find a link in the chat box to the worksheet. You can complete the worksheet and submit it to us via email, which should be in the instructions there in chat. And then for our in-person audience, you'll find a worksheet and a pen at each table. Maybe when I'm going to just offer a bit more guidance here, but when I'm done, if you could take a look around and maybe join another table where there's a good amount of people. If you're just one or two people at a table, you might want to find some people that you don't know and bring your new ideas and perspectives to them. And the questions that we're asking you to take a look at are really around some of the challenges, opportunities, and the recommendations that you would make. Where do we need to be focusing our efforts around our really ambitious climate targets? And the worksheets specifically reference TransLink, low carbon free strategy and climate action, but I want to make sure that we're having this conversation in that broader regional context. So there was, I think, a question that was asked up in the Slido there, Nicholas, that you didn't get the chance to get to, but it was how will TransLink support achieving those ambitious regional targets that Caitlin mentioned, and I'll describe what those are in a second, without even being able to expand public transit service in the next 3 years or so. You know, we've just achieved this investment plan that's going to stabilize TransLink finances for the next 3 years. We're hoping that the next investment plan will have dollars for much bigger expansion. But that is a really good question. We're all sort of collectively recovering from the pandemic. We're in the midst of a climate emergency, and the ambitious climate targets that we're asking you to focus on now are those, you know, 65% reduction in transport light-duty vehicle GHGs by 2030. Over 2010 levels. That's the target set out in Transport 2050 and Metro 2050 and Climate 2050, and it's big and bold. You know, and it's not going to be easy. It requires some pretty transformative change. We've heard about a lot of the challenges up here and some of the opportunities. And so if you're able to put your heads together over the next 30 minutes, assign a note taker, and then when you're done, leave those worksheets on the table, and we'll look forward to a bit of a wrap up after that. Over to you. Thanks so much. Okay, we're just giving the 3-minute warning. If you can just start to wrap up your conversations. Take any final notes, make sure they're jotted down, well documented. Lots of time for networking still afterwards. All right, we're coming to a close of the workshops here. If you want to just make your final observations. It looks like there's still some very good, lively conversations happening there. I don't want to cut them off. But maybe I'll just make some final, just closing remarks, and then you can continue those conversations with your colleagues out in the lobby, outside in the Jackpool Plaza. So just again, on behalf of TransLink and all of our partners here, I really want to thank you for attending today's New Mobility Forum. Thanks especially for sticking around to give us your insights, share your wisdom, give us some guidance. As a region, how are we going to tackle some of these challenges, leverage some of the opportunities, achieve our ambitious climate targets? I just wanted to offer a few closing reflections from the day, some of the key things I heard. You know, that we all are acknowledging that we're in the midst of a climate emergency. As Kevin said at the very beginning, we need dramatic and rapid reductions, especially to transport GHGs, which were the biggest sector GHG emissions in our region, in the next 8 years to achieve those ambitious climate targets that you were all just talking about. Kevin acknowledged it's going to need a multifaceted approach. It's a generation-defining effort. You know, and it's really it's scary on the one hand. You know, I lose a lot of sleep over it sometimes. I think it's also really exciting. Like this is something that is a pivotal moment in our history as as a region, as a human civilization, and there's a lot of potential from the people in this room, from both the technology that we've got on display here, but the policy thinking and the collaboration that we can leverage that technology to help achieve those really urgent and necessary targets. We heard a few folks say, that BC and Metro Vancouver are really leading the charge on climate policy in North America, that we've got, we're ahead of the curve with respect to EV adoption in North America at least, but we know that's still not far enough yet, that we thankfully do have some other leading jurisdictions in the world to look to. And I think I was really excited to have Hilde here from Oslo this morning. I think Morgan, as you pointed out, we do have places like Oslo to look to as role models. What have they achieved? 95% reduction over 2009 GHG levels by 2030. That's their target. That is, I think, an unmatched level of ambition of anywhere else I've seen in the world. I don't know if anyone's seen more ambitious than that, but they're not just matching that ambition with, it's not just aspirational targets, they're matching it with real action. And I think that's that's where we need to take inspiration. It's the aspirational targets matched with the same level of urgency, putting actions on the ground. In a coordinated way. She talked about national tax regime, demand management policies, traffic and lane and curb management, investments in charging infrastructure. We heard that as a common theme here today was a big barrier. Supply chain issues, a big barrier also. But with respect to charging, we need to be coordinated, have early conversations with BC Hydro, talk to your neighbors, find synergies. So that we're taking a more coordinated approach. The public sector needs to play a more active role in helping make that coordination happen. We need rapid electrification of our curbs. I think we heard exciting news. Mia shared Moby's announcement around electrifying bikes this summer, working really closely with the City of Vancouver, who's been electrifying their curbs, and seeing that as a win-win-win. They're not just doing it for Moby, but it's for other shared mobility, for food trucks, for events. The need for electrification of that increasingly precious, and high-demand curb space is going to increase in the future. We heard a lot about strata and apartments and private sector, personal residential charging. Do we need right to charge legislation? How can we take the voluntary programs and really scale them up dramatically? Public procurement was an interesting one we heard about in Oslo, where increasingly the public sector is requiring the shipping or the freight, for example, for any project to be zero emissions, which we also heard was a big motivator for some freight companies to actually be shifting to electric operations if they knew that it was going to be a requirement of RFPs. Regulations, that all taxis to be EV by 2024 in Oslo. What kind of regulations can we think about in this region as well? Any ambitious regulations need to be matched, though, with the supportive policies, supportive investments. The last few things I think that Hilde offered around piloting and dialogue, is kind of a nice way to close. The piloting, that open innovation call you heard from Nicholas and Camille, that really I'm encouraging you as well to participate if you know people in your networks, other interesting ideas, especially locally, but anywhere in the world, that could help answer that question. Encourage them to apply to the open innovation call. And dialogue. Today is really this New Mobility Forum and this annual event, really the purpose is to bring us together, build those relationships, develop some ongoing conversations, and continue the dialogue. We know there's going to be a lot more dialogue and collaboration needed, especially on this file. And so let's keep it going. Please keep conversing, exchanging business cards, contacts. Feel free to chat here or in the lobby. The Jackpool Plaza demonstrations are going to be there, many of them until 5 p.m., so visit those vendors and demonstrations. Leave your name tags at the door, and leave your worksheets on the table. And otherwise, thank you so much for coming. We'll see you again.